Hello everybody, welcome in. So, doing something a little bit different just as a tester, and originally the plan was to try this out over on Twitch, but I think music is a little bit loud. Maybe I should turn that down. But originally the plan was to do this over on Twitch. I tried to set up all of the scenes and stuff for it and got frustrated and was there like, you know what, I'm just gonna put a window capture on a scene I already have and do this on YouTube, even though the algorithm will probably hate me for it considering everything I've done thus far is gaming content, but we'll live with it. It's gonna be a little bit scuffed because to read chat, I've got chat on my mobile because my other monitor refuses to connect to my computer for some reason. I think I need to get a new cable for it, so you're gonna have to bear with me. I can see you though, because you are right in front of me. Hi BuBubbi, and hi Amanda, welcome in. Not to mention I cannot talk apparently. So I have the basic line art for what I'm working on at the moment already done. I sat and ran through a consultation essentially with Bob already about what he wants, and this is what we sort of came up with. So I'm gonna start work on this now, I guess. I think first things first, we have some content creators in the chat, which means I'm not doing my job properly. I can't even... Is Nightbot even awake today? We'll see. Hi Craig, welcome in. Good to see you, my dude. I wonder if we can get a link for Craig's channel over on Twitch. That's a thing that we can do. I know that's kind of going a bit off platform, but friends. Followed channels. Show me all of my followed channels, please. Where's Craggle? Show more. Hello. This one. And this one is for Craig. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do to start off, which is what I usually do, is I'm gonna basically do some swatches for colors. I like to keep my circle guideline at the top if I can. So let's rename layers. I'm trying to get better at naming my layers so that I know exactly what they are. So I don't even know how to spell palette. How do you spell palette? That doesn't look right. That'll do. And then, okay. So we need some fleshy tones, which I always dislike mixing because I don't know. I never know whether to go more orange or more pink. I mean, in my opinion, Bob is a pretty pale man, so I think pink would probably do better than orange. Orange is a little bit better if you're going for a tan. Yeah, Craig, to be fair, I take a fair amount of breaks from streaming. I used to do Yeah, I haven't started yet, Bubby, calm down. The problem is that the color swatching is in a separate window, and I don't know how to capture that without capturing my entire screen and everything that I might pop in and out of it. But I did put on my Discord that this is going to be incredibly scuffed, because I don't know, I have like a full setup of like all of the layers and all of the tools that I'm using, but apparently it doesn't capture that if I capture the window, so I don't know what's going on. I'll learn eventually. Okay, so I'm gonna do a zoomie and we'll take a look at some fleshy tones. Now, they look slightly different depending on what screen I'm looking at them on. On my YouTube screen, they look a little bit more orange, but I think that's my monitor quality, which is doo-doo quality. What I think maybe a more pink, or should we go more yellow? I don't know, the yellow doesn't look too bad. The pink looks a bit too much, but I might do that for like a slight blush or something somewhere. I think this color here is probably a no-go. Not a fan. Readjust the size of this. This one can go. So, okay, keeping it in this kind of range. Let me retake this one. That'll probably be the darker of the range. Because I don't want anything too dark. I mean, I'll pick a shadow color as well, which will be considerably darker. And some of these will basically start to disappear into white, more or less. And now it basically looks like a line of fruit pastels or something. Okay. So we got some skin tones. As a rough idea, I might change these color swatches at some point, but this is just a rough guideline. So actually, let's rename this to skin tone, because I'll hide and reappear these as we go. So if we do a hair kind of color palette, we are looking within the same kind of range. The like blondes and slightly gingery colors, which is a dangerous range to play in if we're doing the same range for the sort of skin tones, because then you run the risk of them being too close color wise. But these are going to be a little bit more vibrant, I think. So I think this is a little bit too yellow. Could also dim it down a bit, mix some grey in there. Or is that too dark? I don't like any of them. Which will be the running theme here. I don't like any of these. I put a bunch of grey in it and make like a sandy tone. Or is that too skin tony? I mean, I quite like the sandy tone. But I think that would probably be in the darker range of hair colour, maybe. I think that's too much. So if I start with this as a base. And that one's too fleshy. Oh, I don't like this. Oh no, it's just the beginning of it. That's okay. I was there like, what is this noise that I'm listening to? See, this is a problem. We're running the risk of going too fleshy. But I do need some more orangey colours for beard. Do we do like straight up just a light orange? I feel like I need a picture reference on screen, but cropping a picture from a thumbnail is a pain in the ass. And although I asked for a photo, BuBubbi's memory is also not ideal. So I'm just doing colour reference from memory. Everybody's favourite. Like a straight up orange. I think straight up orange is too much. Dim it down a bit so it looks a bit more natural. I mean, that's not terrible. But I don't actually think it's that ginger, so maybe... Maybe make it more a brown orange. Mixing colours is not my strong suit, quite obviously. There's going to be a lot of mouse clicking for this. A lot of mouse clicking. Okay, I dislike all of these. Maybe we should go for some more basic colours. Maybe I should start with shoes, which are most likely to be a range of blacks and then a beige at the bottom. So I'll take my true black and work my way up the grayscale. And this just means that I don't have to remix colours after the fact. So I can just grab the colour that I want. I think that one went a bit too light too quickly. No, what did I do? That's better. And I always end up with it curved for some reason, but that's fine. And I think my last one is probably just going to be the end of the scale. So if I rename this layer, I'm going to do black palette, because that's what it'll be. Hi, Gamer King. You like the middle grey, so like this kind of one over here. They kind of have like a, ironically enough, I'm picking them off of the red colour palette, because it doesn't matter when you go right over to the edge, it's all pure grey anyway, they come up the same. So if I pick them off of the blue colour palette, like this is still the same colour near enough. But I just like them to be maybe a touch warmer potentially, by a touch. Doing some art. So this is a doodle I am doing of BuBubbi as like a little Mario style character. You do realise this photo is gonna be on the screen, right? Just so you're aware that you're comfortable with that. Well, you... Well, I'm only using it for colour paletting, so I suppose I can erase sections so that it's actually not like an entire picture. If that's okay. If that's what you'd prefer. Why is it not letting me do what I want? Okay. And all of a sudden, I need the bathroom. So I think, yeah, I do have a be right back screen for this one, but it does mean I need to mute the music for a second. Yeah, I forgot to unmute, so I've been talking the entire time. That's typical. I'm trying to steal some colours from his hair tones and it is not going well. So if I pick a more blonde section somewhere. It's going to show me like a bunch of colours that are up in here. I think the lighting is better over here. So maybe steal like one of these, like a light one. And like I said before, it's going to give us some sandy tones. I think personally, I want to mix a little bit more yellow into it. Just because it's a cartoony style, and I think it will lend a little better to the style. I like this one up top. Could put a little bit more yellow in it. So I think this one. And as we get lighter with these, it's going to take the yellow back out of it, going more white. And a little bit silvery, which is fine. Bubby is going to rewatch this and be like, do you mind? Oh, not what I meant to do. Clicking all of the wrong buttons. Nope, that's a little bit too silvery. Let's maybe add some more yellow back into it as I come over to the lighter ones. In fact, no, I think I should add more yellow into it over here. Did not add quite enough, apparently. I think that's a little better. And that's not light enough. Now I'm rearing in the dangerous zone of fleshy territories. I think that one looks a little too fleshy. I think I might use literal white for the highlight and do this one the opposite way around. Instead of doing the shadow, I'll do the highlight. Maybe not quite literal white. Off-white. Why does off-white look pink? Yep, it's you. Don't mind me, I'm just blending tones literally on your face. Which is borderline offensive, but still. Yeah, I think this one is yellowy enough for the sort of highlight. So I'm going to stick that one slightly up there. So that's the head hair palette. And I think I'm going to leave that palette visible and move it slightly out of the way to do beard palette, which is going to be an entirely different beast. Now let's see, out of pure curiosity, what sort of colour range is hiding in here, which is all of the colour range. I think we should pick a particularly like orangey part and see what that drags out. Does that drag out like a reddish brown? Which is not a bad start, because that's literally dead center between the red and orange and like right in the middle. So that's a fairly good base point. So that can be our shadow essentially. Now, do we want to put more oranges in there? The Viking red beard. Yeah, exactly. But it's a little bit on the awkward side because it's wanting to take from the brown rather than the red. So maybe if I mix a little bit more red into it, that might be a better base tone. And then we can go up this scale for the Viking red beard. That's a little too bright all of a sudden. Let me remix from that one. That's a little better. I want to keep it red. And obviously I'll have to blend between these two. And I think that's steering almost into a fleshy colour. Not quite as light as some of the fleshy colours though, so we'll allow it for now. Because we've gone more pink. It means that blending these, even though that one is flesh tone, so we won't go that far. Hi Hayden. Now how do I get from one to the other? So if I pick the midway point here, and I'm looking at a mid-orange, and I pick the midway point here. Okay, so if I add orange into that and bring it over here, is this like somewhere in between? I don't think it is. I don't think it's quite dark enough. I think that's more in between. And I'm gonna put, oh, it helps if I don't also have this on that one. Wow. Nope. That is a B. Just for a reminder. So I can hide all of these separately. Well, I think we're getting a good palette. Let me rename this one to beard palette. I can put them in their respective folder. Well, apart from the skin tone, the blacks will go in the clothes. I've got a folder for hair, which includes the beard, so they can both go in there. The skin tone can stay out because that's in more than one folder, because I've put the face separate to the arms and legs, because the face takes more like detail. I'll probably have about 100 layers in the face file alone. Okay. What else do we want a palette for? I think I can hide this for now, because I'm not going to be doing like eye colors and things like that just yet. But we can get a base palette down for some things. So if I go into limbs and not hide things, preferably, and make myself a new layer, and preferably also not drag it out of the thing altogether. Let me move this palette slightly out the way. That seems reasonable. Okay. What's woe for? Yeah, I can hide all of the like outlines separately. So there go his arms and legs. Shoes can disappear. The outfit can disappear. The face can disappear. His ear can disappear. Can disappear the hair. That's a lot of layers already. All the layers you'll be needing. Yes, literally all of the layers. Although it says layer 9 at the moment, which is not wholly truthful. It's just because I relabel all of them. So it's there like, wait a minute, how do I count? Reference photo. I spelled reference wrong, but that's fine. Although I don't really need to label that one because it shows me the actual image of that. Okay, and now it's nice because I can literally just dib from these. So if I take this, now this is going to be funny. So we wanted limbs. I'm on the wrong thing. In fact, do I want to do, let's do, yeah, let's do a midway point. Because no, I'm going to do the darker and do highlights instead of doing lowlights for limbs, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I'll probably change my mind shortly. So if I just kind of cover this space, which is gonna be messy. He has a flesh tone. No, it's weird. It's weird. I'm gonna do the midway. I'm gonna change my mind 100 times, but yeah. Not this one, wrong one. This one. Yeah, that seems more right. Fleshy tones. Yeah, I know you can't see the misspelled layers, but I'm not about to be sat here lying about it either. So I can do a rough colour for the limbs, and I'll come back and I'll clean it up. And then if I change my mind, I can always use the fill tool to recover these bases. In fact, I might do... should probably do each of them separately, let's be honest. Even though I don't generally tend to blend on the base layer, it just tends to be there to make sure that there's no white peeking through. You never know. Today might be the day that I change my mind. Why did I just go to... what am I doing? I might actually want to hide this leg to make sure I've got all of that one. Yes. Okay. So if I rename them... right arm base. Left arm base. If it'll click on them. We'll do back and front leg rather than right and left to make it less confusing. Which one's this? So that's front leg. This one's back leg. In fact, it might be easier to do these in their own separate files within the limbs category. So I might do that. So I'm keeping track of everything, which is better than I usually do. So there's front leg. We do back leg. I don't know what, I capitalize some of them and then others I don't, and I have no idea why. Do wait, no, I did that wrong. I added a layer rather than a group. We do, yeah, left arm. Go in the folder, yes. And then we do right arm. Cool. I'm not going to clean these up just yet. I'm going to leave them messy. But I think what I will do is I'm going to hide them. Maybe hide the color. And do le face. I need to separate the ear from the face itself, because the ear is going to be on top of the hair, whereas I think the face is going to be underneath it. So I need to move this outside of here and do ear separately. Okay, and in ear folder I would like a colour swatch as well, and not on top of it preferably. Do the same thing for the ear. We can hide that for a second as well. And then in the face I'm already clicked on that, and that should work fine. Do a base in here. Ooh, what layer is that line on? Oh, that line is on limb. What is that line on limb? Okay, interesting choice, Sarah. Interesting choice. Let me grab a pencil of some description or colour and I'll do a predictive stroke, that's fine. And come across here with a line. Preferably not on a separate layer. What am I doing? On the actual face layer, please. Is that on? Yeah, it's on limbs. Okay. Let me go into limbs and remove said blue line. The offending blue line. BuBubbi. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna leave that crisscross between the two because I haven't yet decided whether I'm gonna do the hand in front of or behind the face. So that's gonna stay there. But we can do color. Face. The mouse will be different, obviously, so I don't need to include that. Oh, I've still got it on predicted, but that's okay. Hide that for a second so it's not distracting me from the other things that I'm doing. Close these up. So we've got both arms, both legs, his face and his ear that are all going to be skin tone. And we can go into hair. Oh, what did I do that for? Go into hair and we can add on a layer here. We can steal a color. Do the middle as the base. Well, this isn't necessarily like the final hairdo, so even the base might change for this. The ear is going to be on top anyway, so I might as well drag this down. Do I drag it into the beard or no? think I drag it to about the bottom of the ear. And leave it like that. There is a base for that. And then if I unhide this one, which is in totally the wrong place. Why are all of my palettes just everywhere? This is hair. This is beard. Oh, because it's got the blend. Okay, and I can grab like a midway point. Double it over the hair. There is a beard. I forgot that I included what you call it, the mouth in the face rather than doing it separately. So I might move that later. So I'm gonna hide that for a second. And then I want to decide what I want to do clothes wise. I think while I'm thinking about that, I'm gonna clear up some of the inevitable mess. So I want my eraser. Put it on a reasonable size because it's not. Haven't finished doing the lining or anything like that, so I do want a little bit of overlap. Just not quite as much as I did. Oh, I could do the colour base for the shoes as well. Then again, I suppose the colour base for the shoes is just a mid-grey. Hide this one and hide that one. Wait. Don't hide it on here, hide it on there. Oh dear. Okay. Funny thing about this is I do it so stuffed and so messy, and yet in real life I am not a messy person, not really. I like everything just so. So it's pretty weird. Every now and again go in and save some stuff. So let's take a sneak peek at our left arm base. Oh, I'm just gonna remove the hair completely for a second. And I know that a lot of people like to do their like finalized outline first, but I've done it that way a few times and I wasn't particularly happy with the way things work on the software that I'm using, because I'm not made of money and this software is free, so it's kind of doo-doo. So I make do with what I've got. So I need unhide this for a second to clear this line up. Cool. That one's cleared up good enough. And this is honestly like the most long roundabout way of doing things. You know, everybody has their process. Just because it's different doesn't make it wrong. Stop it. What am I doing? Gonna hear so many mouse clicks. So if you're into that kind of ASMR, then this is probably going to be a good one. Okay, that one's cleared up. What else did I do? So that's, the limbs are kind of cleared up now. So I can probably get away with doing this without it looking horrendous. In fact, I might want to hide this one while I do the face, which is gonna require that. Oh, you're talking football nonsense. I've no idea. Don't know what's going on. If Craig is still here, Craig probably appreciates the sentiment. Hi, Sean. Welcome in. Good to see you, dude. How you doing? Oh, not this one. Trying to chop the end off of your nose. Although I did originally draw a much bigger nose and I scaled it down for you. Okay, that's a somewhat resemblance of a face. I'm gonna unhide this one again, I think. And though it kind of blends in, but that's fine. Hi, Jeffrey. Yeah, I've been dealing with some stuff of my own. Although I saw your the stuff you're admitting to the stuff that you've been dealing with, and honestly, I cannot imagine coming out live like that's. Oh, I'm brave, but I don't think I'm that brave. Well, I mean, it shouldn't be a thing that you need to be brave to do, honestly, but the internet is a cruel place at times. I don't think I could do that personally. I've been dealing with my mental health nonsense. Not too bad. You know, well, I mean, I say not too bad, having received a notification from my NHS COVID-19 app telling me today that I have to self-isolate for 7 days because somebody in the apartment building that I live in has tested positive, or somebody who has been here. The Bluetooth on my phone picked up that they were within 2 meters of my phone for at least 15 minutes. And I'm convinced it was probably one of the people that had come in and out, because if it went off this morning. If I'm asleep in my bedroom, it's against the wall into the hall, which is annoying because then I can hear like everything that's going on in the hall, and if I want to have a lie in, it's a nightmare. But the stairs are literally less than 2 meters from where my phone would be when I'm sleeping, but there's a wall there. So it's told me to self-isolate, and I'm gonna do it anyway. Because I don't know what they touched in that hall, and I've got to go out there at some point to put the bins away and things, but I don't know. I don't know. It'll be full mask and gloves, I guess. I mean, I'm kind of tempted because I know that I haven't been in contact with anybody personally. I'm kind of tempted to go out there with like my Dettol wipes and stuff and wipe down like all of the banisters and door handles and anything that they might have touched. Because obviously there are other people that live here, there are kids that live here that aren't going to think twice about touching those things. But I'm sort of, I don't know. I had a guest yesterday, but they haven't been notified, so clearly it's not them. And I know that they don't have it anyway, because they would have told me immediately and they wouldn't have come. There's no way. But, got that to deal with at the moment, which is all fun, I think. I don't know. My app has never gone off before, so it's a first, that's for sure. But then I also never go anywhere, so... But, my mental health has been doing me dirty just recently, which is why I've been a little bit more patchy with the streams. Because between a bunch of things with dealing with living on your own during this time and with my health issues and not knowing whether it's safe for me to go out and things, you know, drives you a bit nuts to a certain extent. No offense to anybody who finds that offensive. I'm talking about myself and nobody else. But yeah. Getting hard. had some new developments that I probably need to seek help for, but haven't. Trying to manage them on my own for the most part, but I think I'm gonna have to admit defeat on that one. Because raging paranoia is really, really not fun. And to be fair, it's been slowly getting worse over the years anyway. Like, it's always an issue that I've had, but something about all of this that's gone on has just, it's fuel to the fire. So I think it's about time I went and got some answers, basically. Honestly, I would be as well. Especially as somebody like, I'm a fairly solitary person. So people, like, don't get me wrong, masses of people can overwhelm me on a good day or a bad day. But, I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm one of those people, I struggle with people giving me compliments, let alone showing legitimate support. So it's, I don't know. That's my flavour of broken, I suppose. Is not knowing what to do with those things when people are there like, oh, that's really good, or I'm like, I sort of want to recoil within myself. Like, I appreciate it, I just don't know what to do with it. Don't know how to express that. I think this needs to be over the top of this. Oh, I've magically somehow scrolled on there. I can unhide this, and honestly, for quite a bit of the lockdown and what have you, Animal Crossing was keeping me sane. But then I don't know what it was about starting streaming it. It was a bit like, well, what do I like to watch when I'm watching Animal Crossing content versus what I think people are more likely to want to watch, what people more often watch. So I feel like mine sort of tapered off because I was there like, this isn't great. I'm not sure I'd watch this. So that's a thing. Let me hide that for a second while I do this one. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I knew it would happen. I knew that it'd change the way that I play it and the way that I think about it, because it becomes something slightly different. It's not necessarily me doing it for myself recreationally, but I don't know. It's gotten to the point where I don't really play it anymore at the moment, and honestly, I think that's got a lot to do with the fact that my mind is sort of elsewhere in terms of what I'm doing at the moment. Like, I'll do things like this because it keeps me busy and keeps my mind busy, which helps. Like, it's not necessarily going to help long term, but short term, while I'm on my own, it helps me deal with stuff. Like, even though I'm like literally sat here talking about it and thinking about it, like, it's still something to keep my brain occupied enough that it's not bothering me. I mean, I've hunted off stream, but only once. And I don't think I'd ever do it off stream again, because literally it's a drag, honestly. Villager hunting is a drag. It's a lot. Not particularly interesting to do that, and I think that actually the best part about villager hunting was having somebody to talk to while I was doing it, which was the reason I much preferred doing that sort of thing on stream. Because honestly, it was not the most exciting thing to do. So this is all going to be hidden by ear, so a lot of that can go. Like, I still picked the Animal Crossing lo-fi for the music for this, because I figured it sort of fits the channel, considering the other content I have on here. Where's the nose outline? I want to see like just a peek of it. While I'm clearing up some colours. Oh, that might be a little bit more than a peek, Sarah. Okay. Did I need to clear up the back of the hair, or does that get covered by the ear? Maybe I'll clear it up a little bit. Like that. And then... okay. It has some colours now. Like, obviously, things need highlights, lowlights, blending and things. But he has some colours. Which is a start. Okay. Clothes probably... yeah, probably does need to be on top of limbs so it doesn't cover it. I want to unhide my grayscale palette. Oh, that's not what I wanted to drag. I wanted to drag the palette over here a little bit. And I want to take my like midpoint grey. And I want to do a scribble for the shoes. I think I might do beige shoe bottoms actually. Like a lighter colour. Should we get like a picture of Mario and see what colour his shoe bottoms are? Or is that a bit weird? I think I can put these both on the same layer because they're far enough away from each other that it's not gonna matter. Dum, 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 dum. Oh. Because they're probably, I think his shoe tops are actually brown, Mario's are, rather than grey. So he's going to have a flannel shirt. I don't know what kind of shorts he's going to have, like cargo shorts, question mark? I don't know. Might do black shorts as well. But then I think he might look like a school kid if he's got like grey black shorts, grey black shoes, and then like a tartan shirt. I don't know. I mean, I live in the UK. Like, adult men wearing shorts is pretty rare. Honestly. We don't get enough warm weather here to warrant that kind of behaviour. Although I suppose we could do the red shirt and brown shoes. Yeah, Ireland isn't much better. I am not surprised. Not surprised at all. I mean, considering you're pretty close, and I know a fair few people from Ireland that are there like, yeah, well, same. So I can't say that I'm surprised. I mean, I've done a few bits and pieces. I can show you some stuff that I have done because I did some emotes for Pange, and now that they're live, I don't mind sharing them to a certain extent. So if I save this, we can do a zoom out, and then we can open into pictures. Where are you? Pange art. Which one do we open? Do we open Little Pange? Yeah, let's open a Little Pange. So this is Little Pange with a little Preca. Obviously like the Animal Crossing style and thing because they're for her channel. Like the cat itself isn't Animal Crossing style, that's why I made it kind of look like the Lucky Cat kind of thing almost. Because I was thinking, well, that's in Animal Crossing, so I can go sort of more that kind of style for the cat that she's holding. And this is based on her real life cat, Preca, which was incredibly difficult to do for this one. And then I did a bunch of like little Animal Crossing style villagers as well. Also based on her real life cats though. This is Parmesan doing the laugh react. Big lolly vibes on this one. Lolly inspiration because Pange likes lolly. So I figured like this is the cat that most lends itself to that. So I've done those. No, I do not want to save changes because I have not made any. So if we go back to what we were doing. And this will eventually morph into something somewhat similar. Eventually, maybe. Who knows? So maybe I do arrange... Maybe I need a brown palette for the bottom of the shoes. Is there anywhere else that needs a brown palette? Hi, Blue! Oh, I've too many screens and things and too many windows and not enough monitors. Does Nightbot work? Or do I have to go and get it? Nightbot, wake up! Wake up, Nightbot! Nightbot, what are you doing? There we go. God. Are you trying to embarrass me, Nightbot? Jeez. Okay. So maybe we do like a range of browns for the bottom of the shoes. Obviously this is on a separate layer. I think that these can be a little bit more space color wise. No. Something's not right here. What colour are the bottom of shoes? What colour are the bottom of shoes? Somebody help me. I want to do like a brownie beige. I do, but actually, you know what I'm going to do? Shh, don't tell anybody. I'm going to go onto the goggle and I'm going to Google Mario jump, because this will show me the bottom of his shoes. They are like a beigey colour. Okay, so which colour palette do I want to steal? This one, I think. Because this is a decent quality image. Shh, don't tell anybody else I'm stealing things. See you later, Jeffro. Thanks for stopping by. Got a Jeffro command as well. I'm not very good at keeping up with the commands that I own. Oh, there is Mario. Don't worry, bud. You're just here so that I can steal the colours on your shoes, okay? Yeah. So if I take this and I like steal the middle of his shoe, that's a pretty dingy colour. But then again, I suppose it should be, really, shouldn't it? Okay. So I want a bunch of colours for this. Oh, I'm got these layers the wrong way around. Because the sides are going to be a lot brighter than the bottoms. I thought I'm doing an entire palette just for the bottom of some shoes. This is like very me. That looks too fleshy, so I think that will be our colour palette for that. And then Mario can go bye-bye now. Bye, Mario! I haven't even done anything yet. I haven't done any art yet. I'm just doing colour palettes for nonsense things. So this is... what do we call this? Shoe sole palette. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong kind of sole, but still. That's what we call this. And then we put this in the clothes folder so that it doesn't get lost in all of my other nonsense. If it'll go in there, go in. There we go. And then I can maneuver it slightly so that it's not too in the way while I'm doing colouring. So I think I should do the shoe soles on a separate layer. Well, I should, because it's a different colour. And maybe do like a mid-tone for the base, which is what we've been doing so far. So that makes sense. And once again, I can do these on the same layer because they're far enough away from each other that I don't think it's gonna matter. And then I can get my eraser and clean up some lines, which is always satisfying. No. Now his shoe looks muddy. Typical. Editing. Ugh. Ugh. Editing. Sounds terrible. No, I mean, your edits are good. I just hate editing. I hate it. I can't. Just can't. And simply cannot. I get so frustrated. And they're like, why doesn't this turn out the way I want it to? Ugh. Editing makes me want to cry. But I hope it goes well. Okay, now the bases of his shoes have some colour. I think I want to do a file within a file for this. I'm gonna do shoes. I'm gonna drag a bunch of things in here so that they're all together. And the palette for the bottom of his shoes, probably as well. I'm gonna leave the black palette out because I'm not entirely sure. So that should hide the entirety of his shoes if I do that now. Yes, okay, good. I don't need this one anymore. Okay. Hi Brody, welcome in. How are you doing today? Okay, so I'm gonna grab a reference image for what he called madras shirt. I don't know if anybody knows, but in the UK, madras is a curry. So when he said madras shirt, I was like, what on earth? A curry shirt? Excuse me? But these are like a plaid shirt that come in all sorts of colours, and if you've ever watched BuBubbi stream, you'll know exactly the kind of thing, because the moment I googled it, I was there like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure BuBubbi actually owns like 90% of this Google page. Because I've seen some of these like legitimately. But I've got to pick a colour for it. I'm thinking, if we wanna go more Mario-esque, it might be better off to do him in blue shorts and a red shirt, maybe? But do it like the sort of madras style shirt with the different coloured knives, which is going to be a little bit of a struggle, so I might simplify it slightly. So if I copy this image and then get in trouble for using it later, I'm going to add this in as like a reference. To refer to. That can chill up here. No, it's going to be a short sleeve one. Let's see which other ones. Like this one looks more like this is a short sleeve, but changing the long sleeve into a short sleeve is not a problem. But this has got some like odd color combinations in it, which I don't wanna have to swatch together personally. Ideally, personally. This is a little bit lighter, but it's already the short sleeve. So maybe, hold on a second. Maybe we do this one. It's another enormous image. Ta-da! Done! Oh dear. Why does I find that far too funny. You can even like swivel it so it goes at the same angle. There we go. Okay, I think this reference image for the shirt is a little bit better because it's more the style that we wanted. Hi Alice. No, ignore the laugh. I'm absolutely laughing at nonsense right now. Because that should not be funny to me, but it really was. I just remembered that his mouth is hidden behind his beard and it looks horrendous. Where's this layer? Let me hide this one. And then add a layer. And draw that mouth on another layer. What colour shall I make his mouth? Could be this colour. Another pink of some description. It's probably the same colour as what it already is. Wow, I'm on the wrong tool. What a surprise. And then I can unhide his beard and he has a mouth. So it doesn't look quite so weird now. Okay, so I've got a reference for the shirt. Okay. I can't really tell you off for commenting on the laugh, considering I did sort of call you out for singing. But then I've also sung on stream, so if you want to go and watch through all of the VODs to find that nonsense, you're more than welcome to. We have the Bob command. Bob. Which only certain people can do. I think it's allowed for myself, obviously. I can do all of the commands. For you and for Potato. Although Potato's been super busy doing other things recently, which is cool. Happy for her, you know? What color do we make the shorts? Do we do blue to go more Mario? Because that's why I'm going a more red shirt. Yeah, busy with like uni and placement and stuff like that. Super busy, which is more than understandable, honestly. Yeah, I mean, khaki color kind of makes sense, but I'm doing a lot of like those kind of tones, like with the brown at the bottom of the shoes and his hair and things. I think that's going to be a bit too much same on same on same on same. So I was thinking either like a dark brown to go more with the natural colors of things. It will blend in a bit more. Or if I do like a nice rich red for the shirt, then maybe I can get away with like a dark blue. Yeah, because I was going to put him in jeans originally. I was going to put him in, like, proper trousers. And then Bubby was like, well, actually, usually I wear shorts. And I'm just here like, okay, we can put shorts on you. That's fine. That's fine. But I think, like, because it's the Mario style, I don't know if I want it to be just the pose or I want to incorporate some of that colour. So if I do the red and blue, it'll be more Mario, even though Mario's more like a true blue and true red, I guess. But this is like more Mario, and I'm going to do it a little bit more muted. What do you mean you don't know what to do with your life anymore? What? We're having existential crisis day today. think I need a more muted blue. No, I was gonna say, the summer I don't know what to do with it. I have a lot of tea. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Maybe more this kind of blue. Maybe I can go a bit darker with it. But then if I go too dark with it, then I don't have anything to shade with. Okay. Family road trip sounds good. Okay, so maybe I do some swatches for this blue colour that I'm going on an adventure with right now. Hey. Like 90% of my layers are just going to be like colour palettes. That's just the way it always ends up. Why does that one look kind of purpley to me? Oh, because it went back a bit. Okay. If I grab that instead, that's a bit better. Your birthday is 12 days away. Your room is finally clean. Oh my god, why is actually that the funniest thing I've seen today? My room is finally clean. I think my friends actually find it annoying when I'm like, ignore the mess, because the place is a state at the moment. Because to me, with the way that I like to keep things, it is. But, I mean, I suppose compared to most people, it's really not. Yeah, that's why I do like 100 layers of like little swatches like this. I think that's enough swatching for that. So I think I can erase these blues. I don't need these. Maybe I should do a different layer for... So if I do this shorts palette, remember to label my layers, and this is going to be shirt palette. Yeah, I'll leave that visible, it doesn't really matter at the moment. So I've got like a reference image for the pattern, which is going to be a pain in the ass to make. I mean, we could do the blue shirt and red shorts instead. I mean, I think the red shirt kind of works as well, or red somewhere kind of works as well, because obviously, like, Denmark's flag is predominantly red. This is red and white, so that kind of works out. I just wanted to maybe add the blue in because Mario's like blue overalls, but maybe we don't. It's just an idea. So if I take true red and then I make it real dark, like, because we've got some like dark colors in here, but I don't want them to be quite black, so they're gonna look like real dark red to keep it warm. So this is not actually black. Profile picture hand looks so large. Honestly, when I saw your profile picture for the first time, I was there like, wait a minute, what? It looks like my hand, like when I'm holding my phone, and it's just like, you know, when you look like a creature crawling out of the deep to steal something. That's what my, like, I get like this weird claw hand anytime I take a photo of anything. And I was like, this is a mood. Deny, I don't want you to access data, I just want you to charge my phone, okay? That's my hand vibe anytime I take a selfie. And welcome back, Jeffrey. I've decided to do some more palettes for some different things. Oh. Shirt looks very Canadian. I mean, this is the kind of shirt that BuBubbi wears, so I want to keep it kind of true to life, even though it's a caricature. I think that's a bit too bright, so I'll leave those at that. No, actually, I probably want one bright one. Even though that's not like truest red, which is like all the way over here. And I think that's probably as bright as I want it. I might actually want a yellow of some description as well. I think that's probably going to be too bright, but we'll see. That looks disgusting. I hate mixing yellows because the thing is like if I add like a bit of a darker tone to it, they just get really muddied. That's why I tend to blend them with orange. So instead of doing a dark yellow, I'll do like an orangey yellow. So I think I'll do an orangey yellow. Is out of lurking. Welcome back, Brody. Welcome back. I haven't cried in 2 days. A lot better. Oh, I mean, I already cried today. There are some days where like I'll be doing fine all day, and then I'll go and I'll watch a stream and something will just hit me in the feels. And I'm there like, I can't deal with this. And I'll either have to tune out to compose myself, which sometimes like occasionally, especially like if like Apple Buddy is talking about something like particularly emotional or something, like I'll drop a message in the chat when I know it's coming and be like, somebody DM me when it's over, and I'll nip off, I'll make myself a cup of tea, get some fresh air or something, and then when I get the message I'll come back. Because I'm there like, I'm just... You come to a certain point where it's like, if you have enough of your own stuff going on, you have to be very self-aware of how much you can take on of other people's things too. And it's it's really important when it comes to like looking after yourself and your own mental health that you're not taking on too much of other people's stuff. Okay. So if I put these over here, cool. And we can work on some clothes. So if I do a shorts, I'm gonna take the mid-range tone again, and I'm just gonna do a basic color over. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm doing it over the top of this layer, which I shouldn't be. Why you do this? There we go. There we go. That's better. Every 2 seconds with lag, honestly, yeah, same mood. I've just realized that I've done the outlining with the clothes red, and then I'm gonna do part of the shirt red as well. I think I'm gonna do the base of the shirt kind of like a grey colour, because it's gonna be like red, white and grey. So I think grey might be a better base for the shirt, but we'll deal with that when we come to it, I guess. My neighbours are playing some music and I'm hoping you cannot hear it, even though I'm basically just feeling the vibration of his bass, but that's still a pain. Do I really need to steal a limb and put it on top of? I do, don't I? Where is front leg? Can come all the way out here and go above this. No. Oh dear. There's front leg. And then let's steal this. And put this here. Okay, that's a little better. Oh. In fact, no, maybe I do want the leg behind. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Where is it? This. Put it back in here for now. And then go and find what I was doing. This. Where is the outline for this? Why? This one. There it is. There it is. So I want to see like a peek. Of outline. Okay, so now he has some shorts on. I can't believe it's July already either. I mean, I've got what, like 3 and a bit weeks till my birthday as well, so that's a thing that exists. Because I am August baby. Okay. And then I think we do a grey base for the shirt. And I think the shirt might be the first thing I do some detailing on, actually, because I feel like the detailing on the shirt is a little bit more important than some of the other things. I think maybe this grey is a little too dark. I'm gonna steal from the red scale to make sure I'm not putting some random colours into it. It's not quite white. I don't want it bright white. So I'm gonna do greys. Yeah, this is gonna be like the logo YouTube profile picture for BuBubbi. Obviously minus all of the all of the processes that go into it, minus all of the color palettes and things. And obviously, like I said before, is that my process is a bit odd because I do like I don't do the outlining and stuff first, like I feel like a lot of people do. Like I do like a sketchy outline rather than the proper outline. But once I'm happy with the colour palettes, I'll then choose an outline of a similar colour, and I'll do the outline then. And then I'll come back in and clean up all of the edges for all of the layers again, so that they're tight to the proper outline. And I get that most people are there like, that is so much more work, why? But honestly, it works for me personally. I mean, that's just the sketch outline. I did the space sketch outline pink, just so I know what's in like that group. It's a different colour. They definitely won't be that pink when I actually come to do that. Okay, so there's a base layer for a shirt. And now we have some clothes. Can I get rid of this bit of white here? Oh, I can. Because that was bothering me. Okay. So do we do clothes pattern first? Do we do... maybe? I feel like the most gratifying thing to start with would probably be the skin tone, giving it some shape. I feel like that would probably be the most pleasing place to start, being as it's like the majority of the piece. So let's go down to limbs and let's start off with a leg, I guess. Which means I also don't need this palette at the moment, or this reference for the moment. Where's my skin tones? There's my skin tones. Back to Zoom meeting. That's the thing, like, I've been watching like a bunch of different art streams and things, and it gets you in the mood to do your own, basically. So if I do... Did I pick this as a potential outline or a shading? I don't even remember anymore. I'll do this one. I want to do maybe about a 10. And where are we starting? We're doing front leg first. Okay. So if I do... And this is gonna look super weird. So if these are like the shading, do I do shading for the shoe as well? Maybe. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. Who knows? Okay, and I can do some blendy blends. How strong do we want our blends? I go for like a basic kind of 10. Like, it's going to be pretty small, so it's going to be a struggle to see the blends anyway. I think maybe this colour isn't quite dark enough. So where's my skin tone palette? Here is a darker tone. Here is an even darker tone. I think this might match this. Not quite. This is a bit lighter actually. In fact, no, I don't like that last one. Let me... In fact, no, I'll just use this darker colour that I've made, because I clearly made that for shadows. Clearly. Blendy, blendy, blends. So if I follow the outlines that the rough outlines that I've drawn for things, it should give me a rough idea of where these shadows are gonna go. And then obviously I can clean them up a little later. Do I want to do more blendy blends? Could hit up a 15 and see how that goes. No, I think I quite like the 10. I think I do have a habit of going a bit overboard with the blends. Especially when they're like smaller images. Okay. So if that is my shadow. Shadow. Why did that not rename? There we go. And then this one can be my highlight if I take the lightest color I made. And let's think if this is like, oh, my brush size is enormous. Yeah, I know he needs a kneecap. I'm gonna do like a highlight here, and I'll blend that, and I'll do the kneecap separately because this will be like the most forward point of his leg. And then I think, okay, wait a minute. If I do, this is the most forward point, and then we've got like maybe a little highlight up here for the kneecap. And I probably want a shadow for the kneecap as well. So let me label this layer. Highlight. And I want to put this shadow underneath the kneecap. And I don't think I want it to be quite as dark as the shadow around the edge. So if this is his knee, and then we can blend that in slightly. So he's got a little kneecap. Maybe. I think it's maybe a little too close. Considering the style, it kind of needs to be like a huge kneecap. And obviously I think I'll reorder these layers because I think this needs to be above this as well. And then I can do a blendy boy on that one. So there is leg uno 1. Numero uno. I'm probably going to get claimed for some of these like music things, aren't I? Because it's playing something that I didn't set it up to play. Wait a second. we'll put it back on this one because I'm pretty sure this one's safe. Clean up this line a little. To make it easier to do the other leg. Okay, front leg. Good. Do I hide front leg? Yeah, I think I hide front leg to do back leg. And we can refer back as needed. So if I pre-name all of my things, if I call this one highlight, I call this one shadow. What did I call the other one? Or did I not actually name it? Oh, I didn't name it. That's naughty. This is kneecap. That's what it's called now. So this one can be kneecap. Okay. So we can take this one, and I want 10. Or should I do more? I should do more shaded for this one. So maybe I do 15 for the back leg. Because it should be darker than the front one, really, shouldn't it? Get some blurry boys in here. Cool. I'll take this. Oh, I forgot that it does that. That it won't let me zoom in and out when I deal the dimmer. And then I'll do a highlight. So if we're doing the shadow a bit bigger, I think I might keep the highlight the same size actually. So I think this is going to be our furthest forward point. Maybe do it a bit bigger. And we can do a blendy on this. Oh, I misused my things. This, and then okay, and then I want the slightly lighter colour to do the kneecap. We can blend that into I think this highlight needs blending a bit better actually. So if I go drop a 15 and scale it down a bit, because I only want this bit of the leg. In fact, no, I'll lighten up all of the highlight with the blend it in a bit better. And then I want an extra shadow for over here, because this is behind the leg, which I'm going to do like this. I'm going to take this and I'm going to make it considerably darker. I'm going to put on my predictive stroke so it doesn't hate me. We're going to see what this looks like. I'm going to follow that line first, and then I'm going to come up. I'm going to follow this line. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that shadow for the time being. Okay, that's not terrible. I don't hate it. But I do want to clean this line a little better now that it's got some colour on it. And the thing with shading is there's always some like way over the edge that you can't see. So maybe I change my background colour to see where, you always miss some, don't you? So front leg, shadow, I missed a spot over here. Okay. So now he's got some legs. So let's do right arm. And I think I'm going to shade the hand slightly separately to the actual arm itself, because the hand is going to be a lot more work. Let's grab this. Use the same base tones. We're going to go in with the same technique. What am I on? I'm on 5. So this is the front, so let's do 10. And I'll do it a little bit over because I don't know where I'm going to start the hand. Whereas this is a little bit more obvious with the angle that the hand starts here. Let me do it a little bit further out. And we can get in some blends. Oh, I've done this on the wrong layer. There we go. So let's try that again on the right layer this time. Boop-a-dum-dum. Okay. Now I can do some blends, and I want to take those blends back down to 10. Trying to keep it at least somewhat consistent. I'll put up the size of this so I'm not moving around quite as much. Okay. So there's a start. So if this is my shadow is the name for this one. This one's gonna be highlight. And then I'm gonna wanna go up here somewhere to steal this color again. And I wanna downsize my pen. And I think the forwardmost point is over here somewhere. I want more blends on this. Actually, no, I think it's because it's too low. I don't want it central, but I don't want it that low either, apparently. Oh, I forgot to change this back to 10 to do this one. No, I think the 15 does look better. Oh dear, this is what I mean by blending. So much blending. Okay. We will have like a cheeky elbow moment, maybe. Or do we just leave the arm smooth? Then again, I suppose the elbow is kind of behind, so it's like the inside of the elbow I need to do. I'm literally looking at my own, like, how do I do? How do that? How do? So maybe I call this elbow question mark. Elbow. So maybe I do like this. I think that's too. So if this is the line, so like this is the central point. So it's like this. Because your elbow in that position would like face forward and slightly down. That's too much. So down that to a 10. Yeah, it gives it a little bit more texture. So there's an arm. I think I might do the other arm before I do the hands, because hands are a nightmare. As in, like, any drawing, of course they're a nightmare. So I want my pen back. This is the back side, so I want about 15. I want the darker tone to do this. I didn't follow that line particularly well, did I? Now, do I do a shadow for the face being in the way? I suppose that depends on where exactly you believe the light is coming from in this situation. I think it's coming from like somewhere out in front almost. So maybe not. Maybe not. This is on 10. Cool. Do highlights. Go and grab this colour. Come back and do a 5. So let's think about how that's going to work. So I think like this is kind of closer on this side. So if we do like a highlight down here. And blur that up. Up this back to 15 for that though. Okay. Yep. And I still need an elbow for this. Obviously. So I want to steal 1 off the bottom colour. 5 is fine for that. Come back in. And it's still the inside of the elbow that's showing. So gotta figure out where our like halfway point is from where the arm would join to the wrist. So somewhere in here. And think about how the angle of that would be. So slightly upwards. So I think it would be more behind the face, almost. Kind of here. Maybe we bring this... Do we bring this blend down or no? Yeah, I think we do. We bring this blend down. So that it's a little bit more noticeable. In fact, because of where it is, I think this is going to be like a solid point. I think I want to colour this in. Almost. Yeah. Because this is like bending, so the 2 lines makes more sense here. Although I might go back into the right arm and change the elbow. So if I remove what I did and I go back in. So midway point between the 2. So if this is my elbow, and do some colouring in between. And then shade that. I think maybe I went a bit overboard. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Blend that a little more. Okay. Need to save my work so that it doesn't balk on me and then I lose everything. So now he has some arms. I probably need to clean up the shadows a little bit. Tell you what I do need to do. I need to turn autoplay off. How do I do that? There we go, autoplays off. Cool. At least then I know when to start this up again, I guess, because I didn't find enough music for a stream. Which is unsurprising. Okay. Clean these up a little. Okay. So we have some arms and legs now that have some vague dimension to them. What else do we want to do? I don't want to do hands right now, personally. Personally, I don't want to do hands right now. But I suppose I could put a solid outline on the legs. So if we do back leg first. What is this layer again? Oh, it's nothing. Ideal. So if I do call this one what do we call it? This one. And then I grab this kind of colour because that's what we did our shading in. It makes the most sense. I grab a tiny little brush and I can come in and draw over the top of this blue line. and then go and hide this. So that's a definite no that that's not dark enough. Is this dark enough? Maybe this kind of colour for the outline. So let's hide this. So I think that's not quite the positioning I want. Oh, it's auto-correcting too much, so if I put that on a little lower. Yeah, that outline looks pretty good to me. I can turn my autocorrect back up a little bit and see what it does with this line. Watch it absolutely hate this line now. Okay. I don't like this line. I don't like this line. Not even gonna blame the fact that it's supposed to smooth out my lines, like that was just bad. Nah, I need to change the sensitivity on my mouth to slow. Because I'm not gaming right now, I'm arting. Stop! It's this part of the shin right here that I'm like, why is that bending inward? Please, please no. A shin should not bend that way. Okay, I think that might be a bit better. Yes, much better. Okay, okay, okay. Now I can show you something magical. So if I'm gonna hide this layer for a second. I'm gonna select my base color. In fact, let me hide the front leg and the clothes and the shoes, I think. Hide everything. And then go in for the base layer with a smaller eraser than that, preferably. Okay. I'll go in and clean up these lines. And I know that there are like plenty of things that you can do on that clean your lines up for you, but like I said, I'm working with cheap and nasty here, so we make do with what we've got. Okay, there is a singular clean line. And there's another clean line. But wait, we're not done because this line isn't clean. And here comes the joy of doing this. I'm gonna clean this up a bit out here in case it pokes out of somewhere else. I think I need to come back through these with a bigger brush to clean up the outside, actually, looking at it. I'm going to leave that there to remind me. Let's find where the base colour is so I can chop off some of this. And then take a much bigger eraser and come round, because I mean that's the thing with when you blend, it's gonna smudge it outwards. I've got to clean up after myself. And that's why I can't have both legs on the same layer either. So there is back leg. So if now I show front leg and hide back leg and oh, no, do I don't know, put in shoes and clothes. See, I need to remove that shadowing from the front leg, and I can put this back in. And then I can open front leg, add a layer, and this one can be outline. Okay. I can come in here and do this, which is a pretty straight line, which I've done terribly, and I'm gonna have to redo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hold the wire for my mouse so that it doesn't pull, because it gets caught on things otherwise. Wait, go back. I want it sticking underneath the shorts, really. Take my time with it and don't rush. Okay, now let's take a look at that one. Much better. Much better. Okay. Now doing the top of here is going to be a bit of a pain. So let's go into clothes and hide this. So you can just about see this line through the shorts. Just a little peek of it. So I might have to reorder my layers at some point. I'm gonna follow the inside of this one. I wish I could rotate it, like this is not a comfortable angle to work at. But I don't have that luxury. So I'm gonna do it way back here and follow the inside of this line. And then hide this line to take a look at that line. And you can just see it peeking through here. Which I think is good. So I'm going to go and do for this one like I did for the other one. I'm going to hide this. I'm going to hide the shoe now that I don't need it. And I'm going to clean up these lines. So I want my eraser. And then if I need to clean up the edges that are hidden a bit later, I'll do that. But for the time being, I don't think I do. Because I think this is going to be tucked underneath. Which is going to be a bit awkward because it's underneath this part of the shorts, but then it's over the top of this part. Which I can figure out what to do with later. So now I've done that, I can unhide the shadow and we can clean this up. Which this is actually not too bad, not as bad as the other one. Like I've got some shadow down here that I can see on the monitor. I don't know if you guys can see that on the stream. I need to scale this down a little bit. Get in a little bit tighter. And I can't re-blend after this either, otherwise it's blending outwards from a different point. That's why I did the midway point of the colour here and not where I wanted it, because then it would have blended out and been a lighter colour on the outside. So this is basically me saying that this blending is done, and if I want to do more blending, it will be another layer. Because that's how I do. If I want to come and retouch something, I do another layer instead of messing with a layer I've already done that I was somewhat happy with. clean up these lines a little bit too. And up the size of this and come back in and mop up all of this mess. Oh, actually I've got some shading here that isn't actually on this layer. So I've made a mess somewhere else that I need to sort. So let's see where this spot of shading is. Is it in highlight? Is it in kneecap? Ah, no, it's part of the base color. We can just come in and clean that up as well. Okay. So now I can unhide the back leg and bring the clothes and shoes and everything back. So he's got 2 legs. Which is a start. And I think actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the arms and legs lines, and I'm actually going to erase the blue lines. As we go. Yeah, it's changed a bunch. We've done some shading and stuff. So I've done the legs basically. I've done some shading on the arms. I'm not doing the hands right now. I'm just outlining some of it so it looks a little bit cleaner, rather than the scruffy, sketchy stuff that I do beforehand. So wait, let me grab this out and swatch this on the skin tone palette, because this is my outline colour, which is always a good colour to have swatched. And then I can come back to arms and legs. So let's do right arm first, I think. I'm going to add another layer. We're going to call this layer outline again. And we're going to do a zoom. We're going to draw an outline for the arm. Got to take into consideration the shirt though. That's the problematic part. So maybe I'll make a temporary layer and I will select this part. Give me... Oh, it's not gonna copy what I'm selecting, is it? Go into clothes outline, select this part of the shirt, and I'm gonna copy and paste it and then drag it so it roughly matches. Drop it there and then move that temporary outline out of the clothes and into where I'm working currently. And then hide this. So now I can see where my arm outline wants to be. Okay. So I want my pen shrunk all the way back down again. Okay. So the bottom line's going to be the easiest to do because I'm pretty confident that this line is where I want it to be. If I can follow a line. Oh, it's because I don't have... No, don't do that. I don't have this on. So let's go back. Try that again. And learn to follow a line this time. Still not directly following it, but hopefully it'll snap into place, sort of. Hide this for a second. No, I don't like it. Redo it. Redo. Maybe more angled. Nope, don't like that one either. Or is it that this isn't working? It is kind of working. Sometimes you gotta stretch out the predictive stroke to make sure that it's working properly, apparently. No, that's got a bump in it. Got a bump! Stop! Maybe go up here instead. I mean, that is a much straighter line. Is it where we want it though? I could rotate it slightly. Wrong way. Because that definitely follows that line now. Okay. We'll put the other one in and see how we feel about it. So let's figure out where the wrist dips. So I think the wrist dips here in reality. Actually, no, I probably want to follow this line until about here. Why is this not... The predictive stroke is giving me a headache today. Because it's not doing much of anything. Even though it's on max right now. Like, that's minimum. Two, three, 4, 5, yeah. So it is working, it's just not working. the way I want it to? Will it not just do the work for me? Is that not how this works? Oh, okay, now it's doing the work. It thinks that that should be a straight line. Okay. So maybe I want it halfway. No, because I don't want the dip here. So maybe in this, I should say the hand comes. So let's say we follow this line. This is the arm. And this is the top of the hand. I don't want it to be like something like this, maybe dipping in a little bit more, possibly. Or do we bring this line up? So maybe we do, this is the line for the arm. And then the wrist is sort of like a bit of a dip. But maybe not quite as steep as that. Or do we keep it as a relatively straight line? We could. But I think if there is a dip, it's not here. So if I erase this so that it's not distracting me quite so much, and we rebuild the guideline, and it's making it a straight line. I don't want a straight line. Nope, nope, nope. And if I bring this in, so maybe this is like a slight dip here. So if I go back onto outline, and I take my outline colour and I make this like the dip, and it'll do corrective, so it'll make it more curved if I follow this line, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, so now if I hide this, oh yeah, I forgot that this is a thing also. That looks much better. Yes, yes, yes. I think I'm pretty happy with that, actually. Now what I want to do is I want to... I'll show this guideline and remove this part because I don't need that part, but I will need the sleeve part again. And then I can hide this and I can clean up some more lines in here. I'm seeing the highlight and stuff through here as well, so I'm gonna have to clean them all up, which is fine. Oh, I don't want to get that close to the hand actually, because I haven't outlined the hand yet. You know, gotta leave yourself some wiggle room sometimes. That was a brave stroke. Okay. There's one. Here's another layer. Do the same again. Until we have cleaned all of the layers. Oh, I think that's this round of this gun. I wonder if I can find something else to... something like this. I don't know what's on this. But it says lo-fi and copyright free, so we can hope, right? In fact, I should double check, but okay, cool. We'll see how this one goes down. And then maybe if this one works, we might use it another time. Instead of replaying the same Animal Crossing lo-fi over and over again that I'm not entirely sure is copyright free either. I mean, it's part of why I wish, I think Crunchy did some like, I don't know, he called it like speedrun music or something. But he's got some like, some little bops on there. I wouldn't have minded using something like that, but it's available for like iTunes and Spotify, both of which I don't have. Okay, and then make it big and come and clean up any extra mess. Just to be careful. And then I don't think this is gonna have any bleed out over here, but I know this does. Oh, it helps if I'm clicked on the right layer, doesn't it? And that should be that. So I can re-show that. So that arm has an outline now. Slowly but surely getting some things done. How long have we been going now? 3 hours. I mean, that does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. I think I'm gonna be right back for a second. I might actually leave it on this screen rather than the be right back screen, because it's like maybe vaguely more interesting. And then we'll see. So I need to mute myself up so I can go to the bathroom, grab a drink and stuff. Actually no, because this, yeah, I better put it on be right back really. So let me grab a drink and go to the bathroom and things, and I will be back. I have returned from my kitchen adventure. So I have tea and I have some crackers. Because I think it's Apple that always tells me. I don't know whether it's an American thing, but like when you're not feeling, when your stomach's feeling a bit weird, I think it's Apple that always tells me like just have some like crackers. I think what do they call them, like saltines, like salted crackers is what I've got. What do they call these? No, I call them tuck biscuits, but I suppose they're crackers. Salted savoury snack biscuits. So they're like a butter cracker. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're having. Well, obviously I'm gonna unmute. I will save you the crunch. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Progress is slow, but it is happening. So what is this now? So this is mostly the hands. So I should do the other arm outline. So make a new layer for this group and call this one outline. Make sure I've got the right colour grabbed. Right size pen, yes, yes, yes. That looks all good to me. And I can just follow this. Oh, if I can follow a line. To some extent. And I'm gonna follow it like right the way down off past the shirt. I can hide this and take a look at that line, make sure it's okay. And it finishes right where the hand is, which is perfect. I can come back in and do the same for this side. Maybe I should hide the face. Just drag a line straight down there. It doesn't really need to go that far. Well, I should probably hide a couple of bits and pieces before we clean these up. Hide this as well. And I'm gonna clean this up. So let's hide my shadies. In fact, I think before I even do that, I should clean up this. I should probably do this. So I can leave this bit visible and still see my line nice and clearly. So this outline is no longer arms and legs, this is hands. I'm gonna label it as such before I go back in here and clean this up. Okay. I want to leave a bunch of colour over here as a buffer for the hands. I'm going to make this slightly smaller. Cleaning lines, cleaning lines. Who doesn't love cleaning lines? bet that by the time Alice comes back, she's going to be like, oh yeah, I went off to make some art, and she's going to come back with something that like is absolutely pristine. Meanwhile, me here struggle busing. And even though this is all hidden, I'm still going to clean it up to a certain extent. And then I'm going to unhide the shadow, and we're going to clean this up too. You're going to see a lot of random pixelated lines as I zoom in. Because obviously, because it's for such a small image, I do 800 by 800 for like, so I can have it slightly more detailed, 800 by 800 pixels. Like, I think I could go as, I think the emotes I did work for Pange were 500 by 500, so zooming in was even more pixelated than this. Which was fine. It doesn't bother me, because I know that it doesn't look like that when you zoom out. I don't know if this is actually going to stick out anywhere else. I should imagine the answer to that is probably no. But I'm going to clean it up anyway. Just in case. Like, I've got a blue line in here. I want to get rid of that as well. Even though the trace outlines will be deleted at the end anyway. Like, those layers will be removed. Just in case there is like a smudge on them or something. Okay, and I should save this so I'm not going to lose anything miraculously somehow. And then I can unhide the things that I have hidden. Well, not all of them, unless you want to see BuBubbi's face again, which is also a possibility. Okay, so now we have some nice clean arms and legs, which is nice. And I think I'm gonna sit and drink some tea for a second. We can also run through like some of the images that were given to me as reference for this. So let's scroll all the way back up to the top, and we are gonna save this image. No, not save this. I'll just copy it and paste it onto the thing and rescale it. So let's do So this isn't... Oh, I just hit the microphone. Apologies for the noise that that probably made. So this is like an example image that I was given of something that he was like, sort of like this. This is the sort of idea, something that he liked as an idea. Like we've briefly spoken about banner ideas as well, but I figured getting the logo done would make sense because I might, I don't know, put the logo on the banner somewhere or something. So doing this first makes sense to me. So something like this, which is a start. And then I was also given this piece of artwork by, I don't know who this is by a colleague of his, which is like a little cartoon version, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. He said like this but less grumpy. Like it's got the shirt vibe as well. 100% this shirt vibe. Like where's the shirt that I got as a reference? It's in clothes, of course it is. Like this kind of like checkered shirt. I like this style as well, like it's simple and scribbly. Like it's not my personal style. Oh, we're getting on just fine. Like I've done some shading on the arms and legs and got all of my base colors down. So I'm just pulling some of the reference images and having a spot of tea. And then when I sent him the original scribble doodle for what it was like a guideline for the hair. So like, let's say I had, what's going to be a colour that's going to show up? I'll just pick a nice bright blue. I had like a big like Elvis hairdo line like this as like a guideline saying the hair is going to go inside this line and no further. And he was like, no, you have to give it spiky hair. Because look, it was like, let me hide this. It had like this coif kind of thing going on. Which was quite funny. But obviously that was just a guideline for me to say like, look, hair goes here somewhere. So I got sent a reference which I'm sure everybody would recognize, which is a picture of, what's his name, Fry from Futurama. Apparently I can't copy this image. That's offensive to me. But yeah, like his hair. So let me go and grab so let's do that. Go images and get like the generic picture of him. and copy that image and put that onto here. It's like hair like this. So I kind of did the same vibe with the pokey out bits at the back. We've got some texture in the sides and the spikes at the front. So I think we've fulfilled that. I think we've fulfilled that quite nicely. I've got a bunch of like alerts that have gone off. Oh, Mitz isn't streaming today. That's a shame. Yours is live on Twitch. What's this? Design contest. Interesting. What's this? This is live announcements for somebody I don't care to mention. Okay. So what part do we do next? What part do we do next? Now that we've got some arms down. Maybe we continue with the flesh tones and we do the ear, maybe? I don't know. No, the ear sounds difficult. Maybe I do the shoes, because the shoes are going to be a fairly basic colour. I think that might be the right move here, that I do the shoes. Okay. Let's... And here's a BuBubbi reference photo. I think it looks kind of like him. Okay, let's go take a look at some shoes. I need to move this palette out of here. And I want the greys. I'm gonna hide this to begin with, and I'm gonna change the background to white again while I'm doing the greys. Because obviously it contrasts with it a little more. Okay. So let's see what we're gonna do. So here is my base. I'm gonna add a layer. I'm gonna grab my inking pen. Probably should have done the shoes outline a different color, actually, come to think of it. Can I filter all these outline? Will it allow me? Whoa! That's not quite what I had in mind. I'll leave it. It'll be fine. Because I mean, my actual outline for these shoes is probably going to be solid black, which is going to be a bit annoying to do over already black lines. But that's fine. I'm sure we'll figure it out. So I'm going to take one up from the darkest. I'm going to take my inking pen. I'm going to go... Ooh, what do we want to do? How thick boy do we want to do this? So if I'm doing the back shoe first, maybe I want to do a 15. I think that's what we did for the back leg. I think this might be too thick. Maybe? I don't know. We'll try it out and then see. I'm really waiting for one of these random playlists I'm finding to be like a troll playlist almost. So I'm waiting for me to like go on, use it, and then like in the middle of like an 11-hour playlist or something, like 2 hours in, there's just a track of somebody screaming. Like, I'm kind of, like, waiting for it almost. So I think I need to up this to this. So there is my shadow. Now I want to add another one. I want to do a highlight, but for that I need to go and grab a colour for a highlight, which is a pain. I'm going to grab the lightest colour I've got. I want to do it fairly small, so I'm going to go 5. And I'm basically just going to pick the front of this shoe and do like a circle here and see how that goes. Or do we want more highlight? Do we want to go ham on the highlight? Do we want these to be some real shiny shoes? Some real shiny shoes, maybe. Maybe. Because if we do, then we do like full and then a circle here. And maybe a little bit of joining between. And then we do this. Some real shiny shoes. Maybe. Or is that too shiny? I think that's a little too shiny. But we could do pretty shiny and just make the size of the shine smaller. So if we make the size of the pen smaller, then the size of the shine is smaller. Colour this in, and then drag this back a little bit so it looks kind of like a little swimmer. Oh, oh yeah, I've got it on predictive for no good reason, because these are going to be blended anyway. And then do this. I think that's the best so far. I think I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna label this highlight. And then I'm gonna do... In fact, I might do the outline and clean this up and then come in with more detail for the shoes. So let's do... black outline. And then grab black. Grab my pen, put it down to the smallest size and come in and do an outline of some description. I might actually hide the shadows and stuff because it's a little distracting sometimes. In fact, if I hide this, then I can see where this line ends as well. Oh, I don't have it on predictive. I was like, why is this curve so wonky? Nope. Nope. Okay. So then I can turn these things back on and turn other things off to see if I'm happy with that line. Which I think I am. I think that line is perfectly acceptable. And then I'm gonna take the end of this line rather than starting from this line or this one, because this is all one thing. And take the end of this one and use that as the start point for my next line. Come right the way across. I think I actually want it so this curves down, it goes a bit flat here, and then it comes more of a sharp curve here. If predictive will allow me to make such a stroke. Let me remove this and see. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good line. Why is this soundtrack somebody just breathing? It's making me uncomfortable. Can I have, like, next thing, please? I don't know where the next track on this is. Should I just skip forward a bunch? That works better than listening to somebody breathe. That was the end of a track. That's okay, that wasn't a bad place to click then, was it? Okay. Grab the end of this line and should give us a good line. We show this and remove this. Take a look, see. Take a look. Now it's this top line that I was struggling with when I was doing the doodle for this. Because Mario's shoes are incredibly round, which makes sense for Mario, but shoes are like really not this shape. Shoes are more like a dip and then like a rounded toe. You know, they've got like a dip and then like you've got like the end of the toe. So I don't know. Like, I feel like I should keep it more Mario style because, you know, I don't want it to be just the pose. But I don't want it too Mario, so I did make them like a little bit smaller. Now here comes problematic parts, because I've got to join this line and this line. Which means I'll probably end up like erasing a point here and coming in closer and doing it a little bit more manually. I think that curves this point too much. So if I make this like a straight line and then curve it, maybe. It curves this line here and I hate it. Maybe I do this in two. Maybe I do like, no, not that. Maybe I do like, do a straight line here. Maybe. Is it not going to ping this line? No? No? The amount of times I've done a curved line and now I do a straight line and this thing is here like, no, that looks curved to me. Oh, I don't like that line. Okay. Okay, it pinged that to a straight line. I saw it ping. Yeah. And then maybe we do a curved line from here. Which will probably need some meshing together a little better. Yeah. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna erase the points at which they join. And then I'm gonna rejoin them. But I usually turn predictive down considerably for this. Just to make it look like more of a natural join. Nope, that looks like a straight line. So maybe we do like down a bunch and then curve up. It looks a lot better than it did. I think we are getting somewhere. So maybe we show these and take a look at that now. Oh, that's the edge. As you know, I'm not happy with that front line still. Which means we go all the way back. Maybe I clean up some of the other lines. So I get a better look at what I'm working with. I think this line needs something. So where is this leg? Back leg. Right behind everything on the back leg. Can I do this? So grab this and do like where this line would go from here. Unhide these things. Close this up, and I can come back to the shoes and the black outline. Maybe grab something a little finer to come in here and give it a tip. Make that edge a little smoother there. There. Much better. Now I can finish giving this its colour. Okay. The top of that line is much better now. The beginning of this sounded like a James Bay song. Hold back the river, let me look in your... No. Let's not. Let's leave that bit at the front. And I'll leave a bit here. Make myself a little bit bigger and double check that all of this is cleared up. Okay. And I can, where's my shadow? There it is. Put my size back down. Come in and clear this up too. Is this the same song? I'm not entirely sure. Ooh, my leg started going numb, even though I'm not like sat on it funny or anything. Need to wiggle my toes. I mean, look, this shading comes all the way out here with all of the mess. Okay, and then we go a little bit bigger and go clean up. kind of looks like a shoe. It reminds me of something actually that off of what's the toy called? They're like little wooden soldier things. This is gonna like show my age. I don't know what they're called. Although if I type in wooden soldier toy, it finishes my sentence, so maybe it knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, these are what I'm on about. What I'm on about, like a particular one that I had. Well, maybe not that I had, but that we had growing up. Like, no, it didn't have like the blushy cheeks. Kind of like this one. I think this... Is this one plastic or wooden? This one looks plastic. Let me find this soldier. Like these. No. Kind of like a nutcracker almost, but it's not actually gonna crack any nuts. Like these. Like this. That's the shoes that I've just made just here. That is this, no? Like this is kind of like a nutcracker, kind of, but it's also kind of not. Like its mouth doesn't open, it's not actually gonna crack any nut. But I suppose a nutcracker is probably the closest thing that most people would associate it with. Yeah. When I look at the title of what that image is called, Christmas Vintage Wooden Soldier Toys. Now I feel old. I don't want to be here anymore. I feel old. Okay. So I need to slightly rename this. So let's do back shadow. In fact, I think what I need to do is I do need to separate the beats. Into a group of their own. Why does it do that? No, you don't want to go in this group? There we go. Why? Do I want to do the highlight on top or on bottom? I'm not entirely sure. I'll leave it on top for now. But what I will do is I'm gonna go get a chunky eraser and I'm gonna erase this shoe. And I'm gonna put that on a separate layer. Okay. Just gonna call that base. And I'm gonna call this group back shoe. I'm gonna close it up for now. I'm gonna make another one. I'm gonna call this one front shoe. I'm gonna add a layer into it, and that very first layer is gonna be our base color again. Which means I need to rename this layer. I'm gonna call it base. I am gonna clean it up slightly. So it doesn't offend my eyes with its mess. There we go. There's its base layer. And we do some shading. So shadow. I'm gonna take my dibber, grab this one over here. Come back, I'm gonna change the size of this. So I did the back one as 15, so I'll do this one as a 10. Doesn't need quite as much shadow. Our question is, do we do... Yeah, I think we do shadow at the bottom. We've done shadow at the bottom here. It wouldn't make sense to stop now. So follow our line. Oh, I didn't turn thingy on. Or is that gonna break this completely? Is it gonna hate me? I can't follow a line, apparently. Okay. Holding your gecko. Oh, that's cute. I don't think I've ever held a gecko or a lizard or a newt or anything even remotely along those lines in my life. Like, I have friends that have them as pets, and I've never been ballsy enough to ask. Well, I say friends. Friends of friends, we'll call them. Okay. There is our shadow, and then we get out the blendy. And we give it a solid 15 all over. Or is that too dark? I only put it on 10 on the thickness on the other one. Do we do a little less blend, maybe? What do we think? A little less blend on the front. I did a little less blend on the front leg as well, to be fair. But then I think it looks darker at the outlines. Oh dear. Now let's do the 15 and we'll just go a little bit more ham on the highlight. Okay. We'll allow that for the time being. I'm gonna scroll out, grab this and scroll back in. And we went super thin line on the highlight on the other one. But I think I want highlight, a little bit extra highlight. People think geckos feel rough and scaly, but they're actually soft. And their little feet feel like velvet. I mean, I never imagined them to be rough. Like, even... Like, people think... Some people think that, like, a snake or something like that would be slimy or something like that. I don't imagine them to be that way. I imagine them to be, like... To feel like... I don't know, what's near me that I imagine they'd feel roughly like? You know, like your standard sort of mouse mat feels. Like, it's textured, but it's kind of, like, smooth at the same time. That's what I imagine it feels like. That's what I imagine it feels like. I don't know, I'm a weirdo. I'm here like, this is what I think a gecko feels like. Of all of the conversations I thought I'd be having today, that is not one that I would have assumed. We go like this. Why does this kind of look like a butter knife? Okay. And then now that we've done this, we can do some blendy and see what happens. Okay, we need more up here. How about now? Maybe we went too blendy. Maybe go somewhere in between. I might go 2 layers of highlight on this, actually. So if I do it as a 15 to begin with, to get the base down, because this is a lot lighter here. I need to label this before I forget what it is. I might do another layer over the top, just to sort of reinforce certain points. So let's say this point. Let's turn off predictive. And let's say do like an oval shape here. Something like that. I'm gonna put this as extra highlight. Okay. I can come in and I can grab my black, come back in, and I'm already right down to 2. Crested geckos jump around a lot. They're actually clumsy and stupid. Now that sounds like my kind of pet. Like, I'm not a clumsy person, and I'd like to think that I'm not a stupid person. But I do injure myself a lot because of my health problems. So I sort of know what it's like to be a clumsy, stupid person. Like, I don't need to fall over to dislocate my knees. All I need to do is, like, I don't know, roll over in bed the wrong way or stand up from the sofa, like, at a slightly off angle and my knees are done for. So, I know what it's like to be a clumsy person without actually being a clumsy person. Okay. So let's do some lines. I think I'm gonna hide the shaders for a second. That my mum's dog is horrendously clumsy. Like, unbelievably so. I'm gonna bring this line out here and I'll remove what parts of it I don't want. Turn predictive back on so it smooths it out for me. Probably bring it down to here. Maybe I do this. This is going to be an interesting way to do it. I'm going to do like each stroke in another group and then I can merge this group when I'm happy with it. In fact, I need to hide this background for a second to draw the back of the shoe. You can't art. I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm much better when I'm putting pen to paper, personally. But I suppose the upside to this, in comparison to putting pencil on paper, is this is so much easier to undo something. Like, especially like if I'm drawing an outline, that's fine, I can rub that out because I've drawn it gently or something. If I'm then painting something or I'm colouring in something with something other than I don't know, pencil, even colouring in with pencil, it's hard to erase it. Like, I can't just go back. So I suppose that's the upside to doing it that way, to doing it this way even. But I still feel like I'm better when I'm freehanding something. And that's probably got something to do with the fact that I'm using a mouse to do this rather than, like, I've been looking on Amazon for like either a tablet or one of the drawing pads that I can hook up to the computer. But I don't know, it's money in it. It's all money. Money I don't have. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this line. No! Hi, Panch. And welcome back, Jeffro, by the way. And drag that down here. He's looking all right. Not great, but all right. He's got some shaded arms and legs, and that's about it. How long has that taken me? Then again, I've done all of my colour palettes. It's taken me 4.5 hours to get to this point. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Let me... Where am I? Gonna pinch. We got Jeffro back. I'll drop Jeffro's in as well. Hi, Nightbot. Do you not want to work? No? Will it do Jeffro? There we go. Now it does pan. Aye. Aye, aye, aye. Okay. So that's that line. So on here we can do this one. So if I grab from like here, this is just going to make it a poker straight line, which is not what I want. So if I turn down this line smoothing a little bit, it'll give me a little bit of a curve. Maybe, possibly. Let me turn off the guideline. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. And then I want this line here as well. So if I grab from here and pull down to meet here. No, I feel like that's too straight. Then again, this kind of is a bit straight. Hide this line here, just here. Is problematic. Oh my god, my phone keeps buzzing me and saying you need to self-isolate immediately. How do I tell it that I am isolating? Yes, I understand. Oh, okay. I just needed to tell it that I understand, needed to confirm that I had received said message. Even though I'm still may actually go out into the hall and clean all of the stuff in the hall, because I'm convinced that that's why I've received this message. Like, I have come into contact with 2 people in the last week, and those people, one of them was the person that delivers my groceries, which is contactless. So I didn't have physical contact with them, but I suppose they touch my groceries and stuff, and then I touch them, so that would make sense. And then the other one is a friend that I contacted them as soon as I was sent the message to isolate, and they were like, well, I haven't received one, so I know it's not them. But I'm convinced that it's just somebody else in the building has got it, and I'm like, well, I don't leave, so max doubt that I've got it from any of them, but I might still go out into the hall and clean the hallway, stop like any of the kids and stuff that live here from possibly getting it from somebody who's like come and touched like all of the banisters or something. Real tempted. Like, these lines are not working together particularly well. Come on. You can do this. I believe in you. That fits together a lot better. I do want to smooth this edge and get me a teeny tiny eraser and smooth this where they overlap. I could get that you're not going to see it from like all the way out here, but I know it's there, and therefore I have to fix it. I put it in front of a vine in its cage, and instead it decided to jump to a bunch of leaves near the ceiling of its cage, causing it to hit its head on the ceiling. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't laugh, because, I mean, it could legit hurt itself, but then also it is kind of funny. Okay. So let's come back down here and clean up some of these lines. I'm gonna leave this extra bit that I've put here for the time being. Oh, I saw that. Went a bit too ham. fine. Digital art is fascinating. In what way? Like, honestly, the whole structuring of it, like, I'd love to be able to... Maybe I should change my capture. Should I? I suppose I could go between the two. Give me a second. Let me duplicate this. So let me do... This one's called... Where did it go? Drag this up here. And then instead of... I can add a new source and we can do... Where is it? Where's screen capture rather than window capture? And then everybody can see the mess. I can see window capture. Where? I don't know how to capture like the monitor itself. I can only see window. This is why you can't see all of like the random tools. Because I don't know. I'm trying to... Display. Primary monitor or secondary monitor. So... Add this. Sure. Yeah, sure. Well, that's interesting placement for that. Oh, I'm moving all of the things now. Oh, I didn't undo what I'd just done. Let me lock these in and rescale this a little bit, I guess. Why is this a different scale? Then again, I suppose my monitor is a different scale than... Let me hide window capture, I guess. And we can have screen capture for a second. I don't know how to crop it either, but that's gonna be a thing. This is what it actually looks like with all of these here. Maybe that's a better way of doing it, and I can just pray that I don't accidentally show something that I shouldn't. I don't know. Tech things leave me bamboozled. Oh, I don't have a J large or a move the mouse esque partner to assist with technical shenanigans. coming along fine. Slowly but surely, we are making some progress. There's that. We can unhide this and come and clean this up too. One thing at a time. That, and honestly, I feel like I waited far too long to install something to make my art digital. Because that's the thing, like, I'll share my artwork in Discords and I'll do, like, fan art for people and things like that. And it's like, that's all great and well and fine, but it feels a bit purposeless because it can't be used for anything. So this feels more like if I was to do this of my own accord and give this to BuBubbi as fan art, then he could use it for something. But obviously he is going to use it for something. He has no choice. I will force him to. No, he asked for this, to be fair. He made a request. Upon realising that I was doing artworks for other people as well. I was like, well, I'm gonna finish the project I'm working on currently and then we can discuss. I mean, I am making some money from it. It's not nothing. But, I mean, it's below minimum wage. That is for sure. It is below minimum wage. On the OLED Switch, oh my god, it's just the same as the Switch that I've got with a different screen, isn't it? Or did I misunderstand something? It's just got a different monitor screen, whatever you want to call it. That's all it is. It's just got the OLED screen, which is not quite what anybody had in mind, honestly. I think most people are disappointed. Like, when I saw the post, I did post it in my Discord and BuBubbi's Discord, obviously, as somebody who manages his Discord stuff, probably more so than he does, to a certain extent. So that other people could see it if that was the sort of thing that they're interested in. It's like when Animal Crossing came out with the, like, I don't know what you call it, the Dream Island poster thing. I also posted that on both as well as a thing that people may be interested in. But took their Switch Pro articles down, yeah, literally. Everybody's so disappointed because it's not at all like a Switch, like the Switch Pro that everybody was hoping for. It's not even vaguely like that. Honestly, I feel like it's barely even an attempt. OLED screens have been around for so long that even when I was a kid, there were things with OLED screens, and yeah, I should imagine that they're better now than they ever were. But they could have put an OLED screen on this Switch that I've got, which is just the standard one. Like, honestly. And... I think it makes minimal difference, personally. Like, my eyesight's 20/20, and I don't think I'd notice enough of a difference to warrant the money. Yeah, that's the thing. OLED for the light makes perfect sense, because the light is handheld only. So you're literally looking at the screen, whereas if you're going to dock your Switch, you are not even getting use of that screen that you're paying the extra money for. Coming into some hot takes over here, apparently. Let's change the background to something a little more colourful. Like, the background will be like a mint turquoisey colour, I think, because that's you know, channel colours. It'll probably be a little bit more green than this. Do I have some spillover from this? What do I do? Let me do black background. I do. I have some spillover from highlight. Or is this blue from the clothes? Yeah, it is. But I do have some spillover. Can hide the front leg too. See, we can see a little bit of highlight peeking through. Sneaky peeking. Come and clean my lines. Nothing too major though. I could probably get away with not cleaning it up, but I'm going to, because I like to know that it's not too messy. Like, I've got a bit of blue here. I think that's from the limbs. But like I said, that layer will be removed anyway. But I'll go and grab that in a second and remove that bit of blue. Where's my extra highlight layer? Extra highlight is now visible. Do I need to do extra cleaning? I don't think I do, actually, by the look of it. Okay, so I can merge this group. And I can change my background back to something that isn't absolutely yeah, so there's like a random bit of blue up here somewhere. I saw it a second ago and now I cannot see it. Maybe if I change the background to red, I'm not even on the background color. Change the background to red, maybe then I'll see it. Oh god, that's gonna hurt my eyes. It's like, I don't know, it's something here. So I think it's going to be in here. Yeah, it is. I can just about see it over here. Okay, now I can change my background to something less offensive. Less offensive on the eyes. I can unhide that front leg. Probably hide the black palette for now. Yeah, I don't. It just seems like a waste to me, honestly, with the OLED screen stuff. Well, for me personally, anyway, it is. Reorder these so that the brown is behind the black, so it doesn't look quite so scruffy. So we have some shoes, some legs, and some arms. This line looks weird. Did it do that when I merged them? Oh no, it's because I've still got the outline on. So why? Oh, because I'm not on the right layer. I was going to say, why is it not giving me the option to erase? Okay. It looks so weird without the lines. It doesn't look too bad though, it's just a little bit wobbly. Just a little bit wobbly. But that's fine, that's what the lines are there for, I guess. Okay. So we've got 2 black shoes and some shaded arms and legs. I've shaded a dip here and I haven't done one here, so I might add another layer in here and take like a mid-grey and just slam a dot in there. Maybe. Up the size of this. see how big that is. That'll do fine. Where's my black palette? I don't want, so this is the colour we did the shadow. This is the highlight. No, this is the highlight. This is the background. So maybe if we go like sort of background colour. No, that's going to be way too light if I do that. Maybe if we go one up from the shadow and I kind of put this in here. Give that a cheeky blend. No, it's too light. It's too light. It's not doing anything. Although this could do with being on 10 as well. Doesn't look as natural as this one though. Maybe if I do it underneath the shadow. And I do it one up. So do this one. I mean, it gives it a little bit. Maybe it's the shape. So if I do like this here, and do like this here, and fill a little bit in between. And then that's better. Always save your stuff. I should name this layer so I don't forget what it is. We call it hue shadow. Okay, I'll hide that for now. But what else am I going to use the black palette for? Maybe in the face. I'm gonna remove all of these. I don't need these. I'm gonna keep this as a reference. I'm gonna change the background. Did I move this by accident? Because it's not. I'd like to be able to see the bottom of it, please, and thanking you. Okay. So if we want like a mint colour, is going to be kind of the background colour. And then what I'm thinking is. In fact, let me put like a layer all the way down here. And we'll call it background. Because this isn't going to get confusing. And then I want to move this so that it's like right on par with this circle that I've drawn. And I want to grab. So let's grab this colour. Make it darker. No? And slam it like right in the middle. No? Somewhere. I feel like that's too green though. Grab this and bring it like, do I do max size? How big is this? Not too bad. Lock this and then I can do like a border for it. And then because I love my blending tool so much, turn it up to max and max size. And oh, remove the guide for a second so I can just manually do this. Or do I do darker in the middle and lighter on the outside? This to me looks like it's indented down the sides, and like this is like a button that sort of curves down. Maybe this isn't quite the colour. Maybe we need a little bit more green in it. That's too much green. More like this. It's a little bit more green. Let's save that for now. And I think I'm gonna call it a day for today. I forgot that this is what do you call it, the screen capture, so I'm gonna put it back on windowed for a second. Getting chatty, so I can click through some screens. Turn this down a little bit. I mean, I know that the people that I follow on here that I'm subscribed to are probably not gonna be streaming art. But I know a bunch of the people on the channel enjoy other things. See if anybody... I mean, there are a bunch of people live, but everybody's got loads of viewers, and I don't have that many, so I'm gonna ignore the compulsion to raid somebody for now, and instead I'm going to leave you with the generic YouTuber spiel. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for the 10 likes on the stream. If you haven't already, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell. It all helps. If you want to know when I am live next, the easiest things for you to do are to hit that notification bell or use the link down in the description to join us over on the Discord if your age is 13 and older. I post there every time that I go live. Have I forgotten something? No, that seems about right, and I will see you guys all next time. Bye.